All right, here we go. Hello, Checkman. Hey there. Nice talking to you before the stream started. And yeah, man. Let me just get a little something something and the case is going to be underway. Let's see. There we go. And then got it. All right, this is it. Yes, you are. And now we're going to finish off this game and the trilogy. At least the Phoenix Wright trilogy until I get on to the Apollo Justice trilogy next month. Oh man, but man, that's gonna be a tough pill to swallow, but we'll see. At least Apollo Justice, like the other games in that series, is so good. But man, Apollo Justice is a real piece of work. Like there's some cool things in it, but man, there's some things. What? Warning: Steam was unable to sync your Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney save. What? Ah, I'm not gonna worry about that. That's weird. I saved my game well enough last night, so it's all good. Right. We're good. We're great. We're here and accounted for. So yeah, I did a good stopping point last night. Um, the stopping point was when I took control of Miles Edgeworth, and we cross-examined both Bikini and Maurice Donan, Larry Butts, on the witness stand, and we got a little bit more. We drove a little bit. We got a little bit more information. We extracted a lot more information out of the both of them. Bikini was fine. She only just forgot like a few details. She wasn't like intentionally lying or anything. She only just forgot some details. Larry, on the other hand, it's not like he was trying to be suspect at all, but man, that drawing, that drawing. But that drawing was, it got us somewhere. Yeah. And Franziska, oh man, she had her fun with her whip, of course, and trying to beat Miles, which, nope. But Miles still has had use for Franziska, to make her like he's helping make he's telling her about the investigation, and she too is on the case as well now, but just for investigation. Her time as prosecuting's done. All right, episode 5, Bridge to the Turnabout. Here we go, everybody. February 9th, 3:43 a.m. Haughty Clinic, Intensive Care Unit. Yes, everybody, the Haughty Clinic is back. At least for this screen only, I think. The same Haughty Clinic that Phoenix went to in Justice for All, in cases 2 and case 4. Oh, look, there's Phoenix. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, BFA, had ever handled in a court of law. Case 4, which I played 2 days ago. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here? This isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with him. Somehow. February 9th, 2:43 p.m., Dusky Bridge. The same dusky bridge that Phoenix Wright fell off of. And Dahlia. Right. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? Hey, Edgeworth. You still look a little green in the face. Or maybe Viridian in artist speak. He remembered that from Larry. Viridian's also green. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees. Nothing to worry about. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. We're not. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Shichishito did not deliver the deadly blow. Which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. That is probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into, and that is our client's back room. Naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have the feeling that we've met before. Ellipsis. All I want is confirmation, one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, Wright. Take care. Guess I should get moving too. Why? Do you need me somewhere? Yeah, I gotta get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side. Ah, that's right. Maya's still stuck over at the inner temple. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, Gumshoe. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? All right, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out, I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. Yep. Now it really is more of a dusty bridge and a dusky bridge. That kidnapping incident happened here 11 years ago, so maybe it's cursed too. Case 4. Hazakura Temple doesn't have a single private phone line, and there aren't any houses in the area, so I guess Bikini is the only one who uses this. I really wish I had brought my cell phone with me. Yeah, right? There's a narrow path going off in a different direction than that of the main hall. Looks like someone's taken the effort to write to Heavenly Hall on the signpost. That thing looks like it's ready to collapse, at least more than it did before. According to Bikini, Eagle Mountain is very prone to earthquakes, which reminds me, if my memory serves me correctly, Edgeworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes. Yeah, we found that out in the first game, in Case 4. It looks like it's about 20 yards to that cliff over there, but I can't see the inner temple from here. I really hope Maya's okay. Alright. Alright. And now, we need to move over to the main gate. February 9th. Please! It's for art's sake, I swear! There's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the heroine here. The hero in my book. It'll make you famous. Enough! Oh no. A fool's fool fools. Fools. Who foolishly accept the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree? Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. Your reflexes and mine need to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up and you want to grill me over a name? Transy! You can't do that! Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death, or so I'm told. Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not, and I'm not on the brink of anything. No, it's beat a dead horse. Come on, Nick, tell her, would you? Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book, Franzie's Whippity Whip Trip. Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. Ellipsis. I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling you the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you, whoosh, just like that dude with the red underwear. He made a Superman reference, everybody. Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. Off he goes. Oh no. Hmm. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year. Phoenix Wright. Oh no. This is one impressive gate compared to the grandeur of the main gate at the Von Karma estate. It's but a pet door. It looks really idyllic with all that snow on it, don't you think? All that snow? Don't make me laugh. This is but a light dusting where I come from. Ellipsis. Don't make things up just because you think I'll never get to see it for myself. It's a quaint little bell tower. I never would have thought that something this horrible was about to happen. When Iris rang the lights out bell that night. You can see the main hall from here. I wonder how the head nun is holding up. Oh wow, is that an inkling of human kindness I sense? Oh, do you enjoy causing other people pain with that sharp tongue of yours? It's nothing compared to the pain you cause with that leathery lip of yours. Ha! I'd love to know what that thing was used for on the night of the crime. Ha! Still thinking small, I see, Phoenix Wright, or perhaps not at all. That's why you will never defeat me. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I don't recall ever losing to you. It's time for us to settle this once and for all, with one final showdown. Looks like she mentally blocked out my victories over her from her memory. About this, I refuse to help you, Phoenix Wright. I should have known better than to try. Yeah, she's not gonna. Hang on, one more thing. All right, she's not having it. An old friend, said to be the number one at the DA's office, studies foreign judicial systems now. Yep, that's what Edgeworth does nowadays. All right, let's talk to Franziska von Karma. Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right, extending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh joy, sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met? I am Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason revenge. Franziska was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor, Manfred von Karma, Satan, also known as Satan. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years, but now he is gone from this world. So, this right here, this sentence right here, and it has been confirmed, Manfred von Karma apparently did get the death penalty. Satan is gone. He went back to hell. Probably. So yeah. He's gone. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me. Because of what happened to your father. Ellipsis. Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me. This I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, Crystal. Uh, Phoenix, she came to America and her revenge was, not because, you know, she came because She wanted revenge on Edgeworth instead for, defaming the Von Karma name. And she pretty much got over her father. Today's trial. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. Satan. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting. He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I am here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute. Oh, man. Oh, no smirking. No whipping the sick. That foolish fool. Doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Edgeworth. Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing, and one thing only. To pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some Cold Killer X. Cold Killer X, that was referenced. That was from the first case. That was Phoenix's cold medicine that he almost took because it was laced with poison by one Dahlia Hawthorne. What happened? I went over the whole case file on the flight here. Over. You read the whole thing? Yes. Every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made it a very interesting read. Attempting to cross a burning bridge. Did you even consider the dangers? No. The only thought in my mind was, I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Gumshoe said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya, she's gotta be okay. I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night. Alright. Okay. We're now going to the main hall. That was one long sigh. Oh, Bikini. Sister Bikini. My. I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? Um, you don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise? Now that I think about it, There's an acolyte stuck at the Inner Temple. And that poor little girl has gone missing too. That little girl. You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Yeah, why didn't anyone tell you about this? Maybe it's because you would be a nervous wreck. Because, Pearl is precious. There's a laughably large Magatama on the altar. If I could see Psychbox with the tiny Magatama I've got, I can only imagine what kind of power this bad boy is under his hood. It's an altar. It looks a bit old, but someone does a good job taking good care of it. Speaking of altars, I remember seeing one like this in Quran Village last year. I guess they really do have something to do with spiritual power after all. I bet the writing on these sliding doors are instructions for spirit channeling. Kind of like how we scribbled math formulas in the bathroom walls to remember them, except we couldn't go to the bathroom during tests and I can't read these walls. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I've only seen a layout like this when saw this really old Japanese movie on TV. Wow, this hibachi brazier really puts out a lot of heat. Just thinking about how happy we were sitting here eating pot roast and gravy. Huh. All right. I was wondering about this. Let me see. Well, as you may know, in order to see reality for what it truly is, we strive to break our attachments to much of the transient material realm. I guess you could call me an immaterial girl. I'm guessing she makes an exception for fine dining. Madonna reference, material girl. All right, let's talk about Iris. I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. Oh, I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least I was until this morning. I don't see any psych locks, so she must be telling the truth. She is. Um, so why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. I felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble, and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't saw what they think they saw. Inner Temple. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the Inner Temple. Is that correct? That's right. I'm sure it was Iris. But Iris claims she was in her room in Hazakura Temple. I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night. But because you did, Maya is stuck all by herself at the Inner Temple. Eh, I am so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I'll bet. The trading hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Earthquakes? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the trading hall. We've got to get Maya out there fast. But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of the Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. It's like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the inner temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. I see. So a criminal will be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. Ellipsis. That means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer and with no way of escape either. Oh dear! Yes, I suppose it does. Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. At least Donam. I'm curious about a few things if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh, do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? No, no, no. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Donim. Ellipsis. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or her bust size for that matter. No, no. I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My. You make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There. You did it again, Sister Bikini. I noticed you always refer to Miss Donim as Mystic Elise. Oh? Yes. Now, why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. We address all our visitors as mystic. It makes their experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Ellipsis. 5 psycholocks. Hmm. It seems Miss Elise Donen was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss Donen in the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all got to be connected somehow. Pearl. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright. I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh man, my head's throbbing so bad, it's killing me. Pearls. She was with Miss Donem on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we'd finished eating dinner. The murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repairs soon. All right. We do not have enough evidence to break that to the psycho locks. I like calling them psycho locks because of Edgeworth. All right. For the time being, we're just gonna have to move elsewhere. To the courtyard. Da-da-da. February 9th. Hazakura Temple, courtyard. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. Miss Donim's staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere, not near the foot of Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there? The Shichishito. It's there in Mystic Ami's right hand. But it was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. The main gate's on the other side of that stone wall. The difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. And that's also the height the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Is it possible that Miss Donim was pushed from the top of the hall? They get quite a bit of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun, they're tools for getting around. But the sled, now that's gotta be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. There are a few of these stone lanterns scattered around in this courtyard. Without the city glare to compete with, I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. I guess Sister Bikini must light them now, since Iris can't be here. Okay. Okay, nothing we can do here for now. Oh, That building up there is the main hall. It was where we were staying. It sits kind of funny because it was built on a very steep slope. If you enter from the main gate side, these rooms above me are on the ground floor. Apparently, Miss Donim was staying in the corner room. I guess that's where she was pushed from that night. Okay. It's time to... One moment. Okay. Time to get out of here. Main hall. Hey! What was that jarring and considerably loud yell? So this is where you've been. Keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished repair... The bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Well. Then I'll come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get much more involved than me. Well, yeah. Well, that's not what I... Ah! That's not what I mean. It's been a while, Scruffy. It's... Miss Blood Karma! Oh no. Sister, please, leave the investigation to me. My. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I am on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. As he worked to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow! That hurts, you know. Silence! I, Franziska von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. Oh no. No! So you will follow me! Oh no. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? Yes. Unfortunately, yes. Von Karma is our assistant right now. Alright. One moment. Alright. Okay, to the courtyard. No, wait. To the main gate. And then to Suspension Bridge. There it is. The bridge is repaired, everybody. We are going to go to the inner temple gate. We can finally get across. February 9th, inner temple gate. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh? Mr. Nick? That voice. Pearls! Look, everybody, Pearl's okay. Thank goodness she's okay. Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! Oh. So you were here ever since that night? I was so lonely. I thought I was going to die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that Dusky Bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone. She was all alone? It must have been very trying for you, little girl. Ah! You're... I am Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I am here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well... I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Oh... She just got told off by a 9-year-old. Ellipsis. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. I. It looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. Damn. I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls? Weren't you with Maya? Ellipse. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? I I Wait, Mystic Maya! Oh no. Hey, wait, Pearls! She just ran off. Oh, that was cruel, Phoenix Wright. To make a little girl cry like that isn't excusable. What was that all about? Pearls is acting like that. It's giving me the creeps. I guess I better take another look around since I finally got the chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Yep, you can see Dusky Bridge from here. It's an unusually long bridge, isn't it? I would say it's about 20 yards. I guess the gorge is too wide to cross with a piece of rope or wire, huh? Therefore, no one has crossed the gorge in either direction since the night of the murder. A simple yet sound deduction, wouldn't you say, Phoenix Wright? Look at all the Buddha statues lined up along this path. Phoenix Wright, do you think this is how many siblings the head nun has? Ellipsis. Why don't you ask her the next time you see her? You know what? I think I will. And she'll probably slap you for prying into her private affairs. Phoenix Wright. What? And would you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a prosperous port? A port? Yes. That metal hook is a mooring post for boats, you know. Oh, that. That's an anchor for one of the wires that is used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this one probably snapped when the bridge burned down. I mean, there's no way there was ever a port all the way up here. Don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright. But I didn't say anything! Jeez. Oh, look, an incinerator. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, well, let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? Ellipsis. Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think? Franziska von Karma? I seem to remember. There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright, it's it's impertinent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. Not showing proper respect. Rude. Big word. Okay, let's slide over here. There's a little gate that leads into the garden. It says no entry in the sign, though. Come now, Phoenix Wright. What are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm could come of it? But it says no entry. Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and then simply say, whatever? That's got nothing to do with anything. And who told you that? Yeah, right. This must be the door that leads to the inner temple, where Maya Fey was training on the night of the murder. Yes, there's a solitary room there called the training hall. You could do with some training yourself, Phoenix Wright. Yo! You're completely out of shape. Yeah, I don't know how much more of this woman I could take. Oh man, this is like torture for Phoenix. All right, to the training hall. Oh boy, February 9th, Inner Temple, Training Hall. Ellipsis. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training. Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen. Ellipsis. What's that? That strange lock. It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains. It's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a prison's. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psych lock. Yep, psycho lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. Oh, look at that. What do you think this yellowish poster is? Phoenix writes. It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually ellipsis. A woman? I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere. It's a different smell. It's gravy. What's the matter? This scroll. It's been completely covered in gravy. What? Ah, yes. There is a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute. I see. No, what does that? For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. Oh man. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Hanging scroll updated. Touch to see before and after view under the check screen. Hanging scroll. Misty Phase image is obscured by gravy. Oh no. What took you so long? What took you so long? I thought even you'd manage to get here faster than this. Mr. Trite. Oh no. It's Godot. Prosecutor Godot! I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor. How come you didn't show up at the trial? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? Ha. I could ask you the exact same question. Huh? But I had a cold, so I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough. I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Ellipsis. Who's the wild mare, Trite? This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Ha! Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. Just who do you think you are? This case is mine. Hey, Philly, know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. Oh! Oh! Yes, everybody, Godot did. He quoted Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, WWE superstar slash Hollywood star. The Rock says, know your role and shut your mouth. Oh, also, I'm just going to say this in chat. I'm going to say how I really feel. Yeah, that's how I really feel. Look, I'll give The Rock one thing. Yeah, I'll call him The Rock. WWE, with all due respect to Dwayne, Dwayne Johnson. He wasn't one of my favorites, but I will not deny that he was really good. He was good in the ring. He was good with the mic. He also had the look. He had the eyebrow. He had the catchphrases. I mean, eh, again, like I said, I'm not going to deny, I guess his greatness, except he wasn't one of my favorites. like, like he's somewhere, but I'm not saying like he's my favorite. Everybody has their favorites, right? But anyway, let's move on. I'm only going to say this once, Lady von Wippenberg. Go home. Phoenix Wright. Godot is not intimidated. I mean, we saw how he was not intimidated from Case 3. Furio Tigre? He is. Yeah, he is. What are you hitting me for? Ha! You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Trite. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger? Or is it sorrow? Damn. Huh. It's an antique dresser. Don't you dare open it, Phoenix Wright. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things. Ellipsis. What a pity. It's full of nothing but old clothes for acolytes. I thought we were opening it. I'm from the prosecutor's office. I could do anything. Yeah, you could do anything except stand up to a 9-year-old girl. Inner monologue. Inner monologue. If he had said that out loud, he would have gotten whipped to ever-loving hell. This scroll shows a picture of Misty Faye, master of the Quran channeling technique. But why would anyone cover it in gravy? I can't make out what's drawn on this scroll at all. I'll never understand you Americans and your so-called artists. Artists? Yeah. Oh yeah, let's check out the scroll real quick, everybody. Misty Faye. Gravy. Misty Faye. Gravy. Okay. I guess we should talk to, this guy. Godot, would you mind taking a look at this? Ha! My eyes have a date with the horizon. They're flirting with the goals. I don't have any intention of aiding a defense attorney like you, Trite. But you must help him, even just a little. Look who's talking! I had no idea such a smooth refusal could make me so angry. I love this interaction with like the prosecutor and like all right, let's talk to Godot. Why didn't you show? You had some important business and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it? I've told you once before, or perhaps you don't remember. I returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. You see, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all of your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So you mean that mask you wear is this ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing. I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death? How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, Trite. You. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me. Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. It will all become clear in due time. Is that right, Trite? I mean, I know. I I just don't know if my audience has put two and two together yet. Can't undo. Earlier, you said I've done something I can never undo. What did you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said too. And I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching. Searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. Huh? But that's impossible. But that's impossible. She came here that night, and I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One? Where was that? The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place that the search party has yet to explore. So they haven't searched that cavern yet, huh? Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No! Which means, Trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death. You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you in there with a search party right now? You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock and chains? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite, once again, a woman dies because of you. Once again? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me? And do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. Mia? You killed her. No, that's not how it was. Talk about Mia Fey. It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man, but she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. Case 2, first game. But I got that guy, personally. Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught, but that won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time. You and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. I. You said Mia Fey was your teacher. Well then, I'd say you've learned nothing, trite. You robbed her of her life, and now you've let her sister suffer the same fate. I haven't sentenced Maya to death. No. Trick lock. What is this peculiar-looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of. I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would. Well, let's just say the inner temple and the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past. Very well. Then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with a key? Ha! Sure. Just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock. There's no keyhole? That's right. An interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. Then who was it? Simple. The accused. What? Iris? When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was trained in there. Sister Bikini did mention it a number of times, now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock? I hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godo! How sure about Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. Oops. You better start praying. You better pray that friend of yours brings the accuser back here soon. Edgeworth? Listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. You should choose your friends more carefully. Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. It looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. Well, nothing we can do here for now. All right. We made it to the question marks. I don't know. Should I or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from? Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. My brain. This is driving me nuts. Ah! Is something troubling you, Scruffy? Please don't whoop. Please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting, a friendly tap on the shoulder, with my whip. So what's up, Gumshoe? Is something on your mind? How did you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide. Perhaps you were trying to decide it if you wanted to wash that off or not. How did you know, sir? Oh yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I kind of already snuck in there. Is he trying to be clever or something? So what's behind there, Scruffy? Huh? A kind of garden-like garden. A garden? Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you. I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Isn't it normally the other way around? Well, see you later. So, shall we adjourn to this garden? Phoenix Wright? Of course. What else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. Okay. Hang on, everybody. I'm just gonna check a little something something. Hmm. Interesting. All right. Anyway, let us let us move to the garden. All right. To the garden. Da-da-da-da. This is a brand new air. Oh boy. February 9th. Inner Temple Garden. Oh boy. Ellipsis. There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah, what are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy? Avant Karma will always show up wherever there is a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here. But, alright. Hey, look, it's my attorney's badge. Haha, go on, pal. You're always good for a laugh with your little badge. But a real man has a police badge. Wow, what a beauty, huh? Yeah! What was that long pause for, Scruffy? That's a real nice brooch she's got, too. Yeah! Gumshoe needs to learn how to give compliments faster than Francisca gives lashes. I haven't seen Mr. Edgeworth for about a year. Talk about a long time. Do you know why he moved overseas? I don't know. Probably to look cool. Huh? There's a lot of weight attached to doing research overseas, you know. Once I've done my stint in Paris, you'll have to call me Monsieur Gum Schauser? Gumshoeser? I can't read that. Gumsh Gumshoe in French. Ellipses. People really don't get Edgeworth, do they? It's his own fault for not explaining anything about himself. He was Miss at least Donim's apprentice or so I heard. Well, I suppose you could call him that. The guy drew a portrait of me, you know. Well, lucky you, I suppose. Yeah, but I had to pay him 50 cents for it. That's pretty awful. You aren't really enthused about this guy either, huh? Well, he made a mockery of the court today. And I'm almost sure he did it on purpose, too. Yeah. Uh, that guy's got more mysteries than a choose your own escapade book, pal. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I already know. I can't believe he skipped the trial like that without even getting permission. He'd have been fired for sure if he worked for a normal company. Never would have expected the prosecutor's office to be so lax. Don't get the wrong impression, Phoenix Wright. More importantly, doesn't it strike you as odd that the police are unaware of that man's medical situation? Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all of your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. Yeah, why is he hiding that from everyone? Additionally, it raises another question. Why did he choose to tell only you? Yeah, why did he? The situation hasn't changed. We still don't know anything about Maya's whereabouts. She's gotta be in the sacred cavern, though. That's the only place left. I heard it's real cold in there. We've gotta get her out fast or it could be bad, pal. Is there anything you can do, detective? What are you talking about? Huh? We're already on it. You couldn't get a faster response from a computer. Mr. Godot put everything in place right away. That guy doesn't mess around. The Godot? Yeah, the coffee drinking mystery man who didn't show in court. I gotta say, he's totally made me rethink my perception of him, pal. Apparently, the girl was trapped over here since the night of the murder. Did she say anything to you about Maya? She wouldn't tell me. She's not gonna tell me something if she wouldn't even speak to you, pal. She was real upset. She wouldn't stop crying. Phoenix Wright, look sharp and go comfort that poor young girl. I will, trust me, I will. Let's see. Oh, she cross-examined me once, you know. Yeah, that was us, the big guns locking horns. Witness versus lawyer. It was a battle of cunning tactics and tricks. But the witness isn't supposed to play any tricks. I can't believe she's gone. Hey, you want to hear something, pal? Come on, I know you do. Maggie says she's gonna buy me a new coat. Oh, really? That's great. Yeah, I think it's to say thanks for helping her out during that last case. which means, which means I can finally check out this stinky, sweat-soaked rag. You mean you don't have any special attachments to that coat? And after all the effort I took to mail it back to you from Germany. Ah, well, I'll be sure to take good care of it once it's retired, sir. That was a reference because we all remember Franziska von Karma had borrowed Gumshoe's coat when she had all the evidence to deliver to Wright when Shelley the Killer was on the stand as a radio transceiver and Gumshoe had gotten into a car accident. She's a sweet old lady. She doesn't look like the lying type to me. But there was a problem with her testimony, wasn't there? Yeah, but I don't think it was her fault. She was just trying to say the right thing, and it came out wrong. That's all. I know what it's like. Happens to me all the time. For a detective, you are completely lacking in powers of observation. Yeah, Bikini, she just misremembered a few details, that's all. She wasn't lying. She sure was a mysterious person. Her real name, her past, it's all a complete mystery. Still, it strikes me as odd. Why would someone who wishes to remain anonymous become an author? You know what probably happened? I bet she didn't know her books were gonna be such a success. That's what I think. Oh, I don't know. I'm not so sure anymore. The clues we found today have turned this case all topsy-turvy. I can't see how Iris could have done it now. Oh, how interesting, Scruffy. Sadly, I don't share the same sentiment. Prepare yourself well for tomorrow. Phoenix Wright. Why does every prosecutor want to burn me at the stake so badly? Because you're the defense attorney, silly. Sorry, everybody. I was just having a piece of candy. My apologies. I wanted something sweet. I was craving it. Anyway, hmm, there's a charmer or something poking out from the snow. It looks pretty old. There's a letter cord tied to it too. Apparently, it belonged to the victim. To Miss Elise Stoneham? Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cords found on both the victim and on this charm match exactly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Quran Master's Talisman, worn by Elise Stoneham, found in the garden of the inner temple. Alright. And now let us examine a few other things. A little lantern, a little statue. It is certainly a quaint little garden. Oh, what is this huge bowl here for? Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it? Everything else is completely frozen over. But the ice in this bowl has been broken. That's true. I wonder if this has any impact on the case. Well, I doused my face earlier with the water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy. Yeah. Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me. Got it? There are a couple of torches here. I guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains. Yeah, I was looking at those things, pal. It looks like they've been lit quite recently. Recently? How recent are we talking about? As recent as the night of the murder. Maya was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think these things were lit up at the time, I guess. Alright, let's check this. What the heck is that? Uh-oh, you spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? It could be more obvious. It says, Maya. Yeah, before you ask, it's written in blood. You will answer all our questions now, Scruffy, without exception. Yes, sir. Objection. Hey, Maverick. Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. And it's an almost perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally. Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleared away the snow. Oh, it's going well. No doubt it was you, wasn't it, Scruffy? Huh? No, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation. If it wasn't the police, then who did it? Oh yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Just between the three of us, okay? What is it? It's top secret. You can't tell anyone. Got it? Understood. Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see. I was so disappointed, I just picked up my mouth guard and cried all the way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch. Ellipsis, ellipsis. Is that it? That's it. Ah. Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason. Although I can't even begin to imagine what that reason could be. Oh man. Yeah, it's going good, man. It's the slow burn to the finale. All right, we're gonna talk to Gumshoe now. The investigation. So how's the Inner Temple investigation going? We had the best forensic team in the world working the place. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of this scientific study? Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. Ellipsis. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? They look kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were, it's kind of hard to say actually. I guess I better look into them myself. Maya. About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her. But there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. We'll have to wait, since she's the only one who can open the door to the Sacred Cavern. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. Bloody writing. Maya, so these letters are written in blood? Yeah. What's worse is it's the victim's blood. Huh? This is Miss Stonem's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright. I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down. Ellipsis. You know what? That was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer. The result of my own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was upside down. Ahem. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Lee Stoneham wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible. From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Stoneham's murder. At least that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What? The true crime scene. So Elise Stoneham was killed here? However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... Well, what was it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Von Tarba? Surely a special gumshoe investigation will reveal the answer. No. But wait a sec. The bloody writing and all the other clues here are... Someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. If this really was the scene of the crime, then I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. All right. So, we gotta get on out of here. We must go to the main gate, into the main hall. All right, so, Inner Temple Gate, move to the suspension bridge, and then we move over to the main gate. Oh, February 9th. It seems you have a visitor. Mr. Wright. Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him. We've got to hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? All right. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright. Wait, Edgeworth! I'm coming with you guys! Ellipse. Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? Ellipsis. This isn't simply a rescue operation, Wright. It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth! If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, Wright. But it's Maya! Mr. Wright! All that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us. This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Yeah. We're gonna go to see Sister Bikini. Because we can finally break her psych locks. February 9th, Hazakura Temple, Main Hall. Psycho locks. Ellipsis. Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk since... Look, Sister Bikini looks like she shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My. Hello, you two. How are you doing? From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. Is she talking about Edgeworth? Yes. It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back. Would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Ellipsis. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Ellipsis. Whoa. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh? Ah! She's glaring at me. Oh yes, you did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular. You two are the only ones who said that to me. I can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright? Sure. She was brave to testify so truthfully like that. But I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those psych locks of hers. Here goes. And yeah, I mean, Phoenix was in his hospital bed, but he did read about the case that Edgeworth was doing. Bikini was doing her best on the witness stand. All right, everybody. It's time. Here we go. It's time to break the psycho lock. I like to call them psycho locks like Edgeworth. At least stone them. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Stonem had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was. Mystic Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Donim's true identity. Why, it would be this talisman of the Quran Master. Miss Donim had this charm of her at all times. Ah! Where did you? This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then, what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Donim really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Miss Donim's true identity. Get ready, everybody, for breaking the cycle lock. The painting is obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. Ellipsis. But this scroll shows the master of the Quran channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. Ah! This crest is reserved for the master of Quran. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? What? You mean that acolyte is Misty Fey's daughter? Yes. Ellipsis. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor. Ellipsis. Mystic Misty! She had 5 locks, but only needed 2 pieces of pivotal evidence. Boom! Elise Donim. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Quran talisman? It's the symbol of the Master of Quran. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death? So Elise Donim was really Maya's mother, huh? Ellipsis. She was Misty Fey, the master of the Quran channeling technique. DL6, anyone? The truth comes out at last. It looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister, after 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well, uh-oh. What's happening? It can't be. Earthquake! R! Oh my goodness. The inner temple. This kind of tremor might. The inner temple. The sacred cavern in the training hall. It might very well cave in. What? Maya! That screen shake, though. It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course. You run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at the moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. Yep, Edgeworth. He can't do earthquakes, man. To the training hall. Main gate. We gotta hurry to the inner temple and... Right. Ah! What are you doing here? Ugh. How could I have? How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Yow! Hey, why am I the one getting whipped? Shh. She's gone. No. The defendant, Iris. She's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? Oh no. So, it was just now, during the ellipsis. It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness, his fear of earthquakes. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right. The inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to the side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth, have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. Then you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth, I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall's sacred cavern now. All right, let's go. February 9th, Inner Temple, Training Hall. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in. But what we found was something none of us could have ever expected. How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris! Ellipsis? Iris, please tell me. What the hell is going on? Now there's 5 cycle locks on the door instead of 1. Alright, here goes. This is the last investigation before trial. February 9th, Inner Temple, Training Hall. Right. Is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous, I'm perfectly fine! There's no telling what sort of mistakes you can make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in the corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways. Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. This door. When I was here earlier, there was only one lock, but now there's five of them. Those chains, it's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen locks quite like these before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like these before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psych lock. I wonder if these locks are guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. It's an antique dresser. Don't you dare open it, Phoenix, right? No, no. Okay. What a pity. Yeah. Alright, that was from... Alright. Okay. We're gonna talk to Iris. Could you take a look at this for me, Iris? Yeah, the logs are far more important at this moment. Wouldn't you agree? She's right. I'm going to have to hold off on asking her about things for now. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Yeah, alright. Let's talk to Iris. Escape. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried. I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was all right. But what? Then I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... Hmm. Who in the world would do something like this? Trick lock. These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Quran tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Franziska von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's five of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks. The first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Elip. Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day, if I had to guess. A whole day? Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. We've got to wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're going to have to call on your inner strength now. The night of the crime. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident, but you were seen that same evening at the inner temple. And then you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple, too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the inner temple. It's as if you were. Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. Ellipsis. For now, I unfortunately cannot break her psycho locks yet. We're just gonna have to go to Heavenly Hall. February 9th, near Temple Gate. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. Alright. On the other side of that little gate is the garden. Edgeworth is probably still in there, crying softly to himself. I guess we better hug it out and talk about what he's uncovered so far. Maya has gotta be inside its sacred cavern. She's just gotta be. I hate feeling so useless, it's driving me nuts. But I need to look for clues so that I'm ready when we finally get her out of there. There's something strange about this incinerator. I'm sure there was snow on it the first time I saw it. That, the door's open. Someone's been burning something, that's for sure. It's a shame there isn't a trace of what it was left inside. That's an anchor from one of the wires that used to hold up the bridge. I guess it must have snapped during the fire. You can see Dusky Bridge from here. It feels like an unusually long bridge to me. I guess the gorge is too wide to cross with a piece of rope or wire. In other words, no one has crossed it in either direction since the night of the murder. Which means that scene in the inner temple's garden couldn't have been set up by someone. Look at all the Buddha statues lined up along this path. Looks like one of the cakes someone left as an offering is missing, though. I guess Gumshoe couldn't resist, the poor guy. Uh, alright. Um, to the suspension bridge. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there, sulking again. Mm, that thing looks like it's ready to collapse, at least more than it did before. According to Bikini, Eagle Mountain is very prone to earthquakes. I had a feeling something bad was going to happen, and sure enough, it did. Yup, Edgeworth definitely couldn't live up here. Okay. Hazakura Temple doesn't have a single private phone line, and there aren't any houses in the area, so I guess Bikini is the only one who uses this. I really wish I had brought my cell phone with me. Alright, to the main gates. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back in the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Sister Bikini should be back by now. We were interrupted earlier by the earthquake. I think I should go pick up our conversation where we left off. Yeah, you can see the main hall from here. Want to investigate. It's pretty grand for something that belongs to a branch family of the clan. I bet they make an exorbitant amount of money here. I mean, that whole special course thing has got to be good for business. No. I'm starting to think like Maya. That's funny. It's a quaint little bell tower. I never would have thought that something this horrible was about to happen. When Iris rings, when Iris rang the lights out, when Iris rang the lights out bell that night, I wonder what this thing was used for on the night of the murder. There is only one key to this snowmobile. Iris is the one who had it, so I have to wonder if it was her. But she says she never left Hazakura Temple that night. Okay. Let's go to the main hall. February 9th, Hazakura Temple. Looks like Sister Bikini is not here. She must be sorting things out after the quake. Must be hard on her with her bad back. There are a few things I really need to discuss with her. Guess I'll drop by again later to see if she's around. It's an altar. It looks a bit old, but someone does a good job taking care of it. Speaking of altars, I remember seeing one like this in Quran Village last year. Guess we do have something to do with spiritual power after all. Alright. Let's see. Hmm. Oh yeah, we're going to the courtyard. February 9th, Hazakura Temple Courtyard. Yups. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? Hey, that's Victor Kudo's theme. No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Kurain. Whoop! I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we lost along the way. I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. Every case is gonna be all airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon. That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? Alright. Oh, by the way, that little song that Gumshoe was singing, so Gumshoe sings No Motive, No Crime. No Motive, No Crime. That's a reference to No Woman, No Cry by Bob Marley and the Wailers. And he then sings Every Little Case It's Going to Be Airtight. That's also a reference to a Bob Marley song. Hope you like that little trivia. Alright, do a quick savey save. They get quite a bit of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun, they're tools for getting around. Alright, that's the same thing. Hold on. Right, same thing. The Shichi-Shito, it's their Mystic Ami's right hand, but it was proven in court today that it wasn't a murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. Miss Stoneham staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there? Alright, everybody, it's time to talk to old Gumshoe. The investigation. So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean... I don't have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me. I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? The letter. About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt up old letter. Burnt up old letter? Yeah, it was in that incinerator, right outside the inner temple. The incinerator? I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away, which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? Burnt letter found by Gumshoe in the inner temple incinerator. It's gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I better give it a good looking over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. Alright, let's check out the burnt letter, everybody. Be careful. Once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is... She is our... the whole. Here is a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is burned, also tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Okay. That doesn't sound ominous at all. Oh, hold on. What about this, Detective Gumshoe? Any thoughts? Yeah, well, it's pretty chilly today, huh? My brain doesn't work properly in the cold. Perhaps we'll just have to wait until summer when it's warmer. Oh no, my brain doesn't work properly in the heat. I'm kinda weak in the head. There are some things you're better off not advertising, Gumshoe. Alright. Let's see. Okay. Here goes. Talk. Murder weapon. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, if it isn't the Shichishito that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, and man, is it tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? Secret weapon. What's a secret weapon of yours? You want to know? You gotta think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Of course. We'll play forensics expert. Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright then. I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive, you could make it cry. It's so high tech, you could skydive off of it. Oh, bother. So now I'm gonna tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first, let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector's signal bouncing off of something metallic. Next, move the detector around and give this courtyard a good look, you see? Pal, don't worry, this baby will let you know when you hit something metallic. When that happens, press enter to give the area a good hard stare. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight too. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Alright. Look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I bet plenty of guys like you always picky on the smallest details. The vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. No, they're not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you could miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal. The last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. Yes, ladders versus step ladders. And now I only got 2 achievements left. That's odd. This sled's made of plastic. It says bikini number 1 on the side. Maybe there's something under it. Hey, what's this? A badge? Aha! I've been hunting high and low for that. It's yours, detective? That thing's priceless to a guy like me, pal. A cop can't be a cop without his badge. I'm sure glad I put that diamond there now. How did you manage to drop your badge here of all places? I know. I bet it happened this morning. I was playing around with the sled and... Stop right there. I don't need to hear anymore. Doesn't look like there's anything there. Here. Hey, pal. All you gotta do is watch the detector and let it tell you what's where, okay? Alright, already. I'm not exactly a whiz at machinery, you know. That Shichishito, next to the golden statue, wasn't the real murder weapon, pal. Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd check it again anyway. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do you know about that sword? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one. Yes, I heard something about that. You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division. You think about that kind of stuff, detective? Of course I do. I think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention officer, me as a blue badger. There's something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as the blue badger. Alright. Well, look at what we have here, everybody. We got a response from this, staff. This is Miss Donim's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. But the detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off. Examining evidence is a job for the homicidal, genocidal, Sabu. Homicidal, suicidal, genocidal, Sabu. Hey, hands off. Examining evidence is a job for the crack. The top is coming off. Look what you've done. You've damaged a really important piece of evidence. Ah! That's a sword inside the staff. Is this? Could it be the murder weapon? Oh, snap. I never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this thing, they call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. Then I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No, no, no. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the Chichishito. Too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know. You're going to get that stuff analyzed. You're going to get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh, how so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think? Maya's been. Please, detective. Let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of viridian there. Okay, okay, just stop it with that face, pal. One thing though, this staff's secret trick, let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular, run-of-the-mill staff. You got it? Okay, now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Gumshoe, you know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure, thanks. Victim staff receives from Detective Gumshoe for safekeeping. Victim staff has a sword hidden inside. No one knows it that no one knows this except me and Detective Gumshoe. And me in the chat. I can't help but wonder though, What was Elise Stonem doing with a staff like this in the first place? Well then. Alright. Let us go to the garden now. From the main hall to the main gate to the suspension bridge to the inner temple gate to... Wait, one moment. Let's go back to the bridge real quick. Oh, Mr. Nick! Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry. This is the loser's shack, where losers get together to lose themselves. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Larice did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. We're going to gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. Okay. Before we talk with Pearl, yeah, my bad. I was on the right track. Okay, suspension bridge to the inner temple gate and then to the garden. February 9th. The cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Ah. Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, Wright? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the criminal affairs department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. It looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it too. It belonged to the victim. We're sure of that now. It's going in the evidence room once the investigation is over. So hands off, Wright. You don't need to tell me that. Well, our dear friend Larry just tried to steal it when no one was looking. He probably just wanted something to remember his esteemed teacher by. I would agree with that thought with Wright. These are torches of the naked flame variety. I guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains. Accordingly to Detective Gumshoe, they were lit on the night of the murder. Well, Maya was training up here, so there's nothing strange about that. Except, apparently, they don't light these torches for training sessions. Huh? I heard that too much light isn't conducive to spiritual training. Oh, I didn't know that. I suppose you've noticed that Maya's name is written on this letter. On this lantern. Yeah, on this lantern. It's pretty hard to miss, you know. It's written in Miss Donim's blood. She was probably forced up against the lantern by the killer. Then with her back against the lantern, she wrote that name with her finger. That's why it's written upside down. You think the victim wrote this herself? Isn't that the obvious conclusion? But why would she write Maya's name? I don't think that's something I want to discuss with you. Why is this the only area of no snow? Someone must have cleared it away. What other explanation is there? Of course, I played the what if game as well. But when I asked our trusty bungler, Detective Gumshoe, he said it wasn't him. I suppose Edgeworth has a point. Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason to do so. I just can't imagine what that reason could be. Alright. Is that your attorney's badge? Interesting. I never imagined I'd ever see you wearing one of these, Wright. It's because of you that I became one, Edgeworth. Not that I have any regrets, I really don't. If you're trying to say thanks, you can start by saying it a bit louder. If you want to know how to run the perfect trial, there's a lot to study and learn. Oh, is that what you're studying about right now? I've sat at the prosecutor's bench for trials in 5 different countries now. The first thing you must do is gain complete mastery of the language. It's quite a task. I never get anywhere then. It's taken me a lifetime to sort of master one language. Yeah. It's been more than a year since I last saw Francisca myself. But it seems that she's been dying to see you again. She really said that? I believe she wants to eat you for breakfast. Or to put it another way, whip you silly. Literally and metaphorically. Oh. Go on. Let her have her way. It would make for a great antidote about my trip. Forget it, Edgeworth. He's something of a legend, I hear. Don't say it like you don't know anything about him. Tell me what you know. It's a bit strange, actually. If he really was anything special, I should have heard about him by now. I'm always well informed about the rookies coming into the prosecutor's office, you know. Then you mean he isn't anything special? Humph. You should already know the answer to that. Although, there is one other possibility. What's that? He could have come into the profession from a different channel. What different channel? There's more than one way to become a prosecutor, right? Perhaps he started off as a defense attorney, but decided it wasn't for him. A defense attorney? I didn't even know you could switch sides like that. Well, well. So, look at me in case 2. He mentioned that Edgeworth even knew about Godot. Edgeworth, he doesn't know about Godot. Interesting. I don't know Maya Fey very well, but it seems to me that the girl is always landing herself in trouble. It seems to me that you know her better than you think. I do sincerely hope she's going to be alright. One of the biggest names in the world of law, as I'm sure you'll agree. For better or for worse, we were only destined to meet once in the courtroom. I know, I read all about it. Case 4. It was the first time for the both of us. 2 novices, head to head. I can still remember how downhearted I felt after that trial ended the way it did. I wonder if Mia felt the same way too. They both did. It seems Pearl was trapped on this side of the river on the night of the murder. Did she tell you anything? Listen, Wright. She's just a kid. I can't force things out of her. You'll have to be the one to find out what she knows. I was just with Detective Gumshoe. I treated him to some pasta. You owe him that much, after all. It's your fault his salary is so low. How's it my fault? And look, if you're going to buy the guy lunch, at least get him something decent, okay? Gumshoe practically lives on pasta and noodles already. Well, I did order some extra Parmesan cheese on top. He was crying tears of joy as he dug into it. It was quite moving. All you have to do is give the poor guy a raise. I know, right? It's crossed my mind once or twice that her testimony might be a bunch of lies. There certainly are a lot of problems with it. The thing is, as far as I can tell, she has no reason to deceive us. I believe she did meet the defendant at the inner temple and witnessed the murder too. The one in the Hazakura temple, courtyard, in any case. Another victim we know nothing about, same as always. I hope you'll tell me if you know something about our mystery woman, right? I know that at least Donem was no ordinary visitor to the temple, but her true identity could be a useful weapon for the defense. And I can't give that away just like that. Apparently, Iris was taken in by the sisters here at the temple when she was a child. However, we still don't know much about her past, so we're looking into it. That reminds me, Edgeworth went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look up some stuff on her. I should ask him what he's found. Apparently he had become something of an apprentice to Elise Donim. Yes, something like that. He did this portraits for me earlier. That's great. Let's just leave it at that about Larry, alright? Looks like someone's still mad at the Butts for his performance in court today. Alright. What do you think about this, Edgeworth? Sorry, Wright. You're a defense attorney, and I'm a prosecutor. It wouldn't be right for us to discuss things so intimately. But you were acting for the defense in the trial today. Get that piece of filth out of my face! You're still mad, huh, Edgeworth? I know a thing or two about Larry Butts, just like you. We both know he likes to act up, but this? Even he couldn't make something like this up. If this is what he drew, then this is what he saw. As unbelievable as it may seem. I know, that's what I think too. Every time, every single time I see that guy, he's in it up to his neck. I knew it. Edgeworth's still mad as a hornet at Larry. Oh. Alright. Okay. Iris gave that to you, didn't she? Yes, and it really works. It helped my fever go down quicker, I'm sure of it. So you say, but your face is as white as a sheet, and sweat is running down your cheek. Anyway, it seems to be like there's something going on between the two of you. Actually, I don't know exactly why, but there's something about Iris that just tugs at me. I can't figure out whether I feel like I know her, or don't know her at all. It's really weird. Hello, Fabio. Hi. And a happy Friday to you too. Okay. Let me, scroll on up. Wow, hold on. Wanted to type, yeah, there. Done. All right, continuing now. Okay, it's time to talk about the investigation. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation in the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime. That's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect? Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect. Maya, as well as Iris. It's our job. Right. Earthquakes. So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No, though thankfully, my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen, and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. Damn you, Satan. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. And Satan. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright, but there's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake, and not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think. So no more of this self-pity, okay? Now let's talk about Iris. There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in courts before. So you went back to the criminal affairs department to look for her file? Yes. I checked every case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before. 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court. And as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. Case 4. So, who is she? Ellipsis. I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple. And neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. All right. So, oh wait, talk? No, that's not it. Let's see. I believe we need to present Iris's profile. Apparently, Iris was taken in by the sisters here at the temple when she was a child. However, we still don't know much about her past, so we're looking into it. That reminds me, Edgeworth went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look up some stuff on her. I should ask him what he's found. Hmm. One moment, everybody. I think I may have missed a step. Oh, my bad. I forgot to talk to freaking what's-her-face. My apologies. We need to go see Sister Bikini. She should be back by now. Or not? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I knew I forgot. Okay, let's see. Training Hall, Heavenly Hall. Oh, duh. Yeah, I have to go to Heavenly Hall, everybody. Whoopsie. Hello, Pearl. Let's talk about Maurice's sketch. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? Heh, I got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now, with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I going to do with him? Alright then, what do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know? It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. No, 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 it wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night. But Mr. Maurice... Not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value. Hey, what's the look of doubt in your face? Pearls? It's no good. She's in no condition to look at anything for me right now. Oh. One moment. I just wanted to see something. Alright. Just gotta talk. The night of the crime. Pearls? Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you? And what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know. I'm sure it wasn't really matter. I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss No Name's room reading a book together. But Miss No Name was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. Mm, just what exactly happened that night, Pearls? I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. Pearl, you're hiding something from us. I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power. It has disappeared. What? Her powers have disappeared? Lost powers. What do you mean your power has disappeared, Pearls? Ellipse. It, it's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Uh, way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That was really cruel of you. Where? Just as I thought. I'm gonna have to break her psych locks to get the truth out of her. But not right now. Now I can go somewhere. Yeah, I missed a few steps. It's fine. There she is. Bikini. Well, what's the damage? How is Sacred Cavern? It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. We're gonna get some juicy info now, everybody. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the Sacred Cavern. But who? Who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Quran tradition. We have Iris at the Sacred Cavern, trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh yes, we were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me how the Master of Quran disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Elise, no, I mean Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the master, she said, someone is trying to destroy the Quran tradition's main family line. I am here to put a stop to them. Oh. Someone was trying to destroy the main family line? There is only one heir to the title of master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new master of Quran, and her daughters, the main family. All other mediums become branch family members, with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Uh-oh. For anybody that has been following along since the second game, does that sound familiar to anyone? Is this the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? Yes. Quran channeling technique. You believe in a technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the Mask to Mask case, and during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Thanks to Mia, thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. The Quran technique has made a huge difference in the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead. That's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Oh, you're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore. You know, you see, all because of one little mistake. A mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. That incident? Is she talking about what I think she is? I'm sure the record still exists if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. The DL6 incident. I knew it. The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It, it was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. Yeah, Chuck, man, it always comes back to DL6. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Fey, Maya's mother. Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Quran tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Quran village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Face spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Quran tradition is starting to recover at last, but with a new master wielding the power of the clan. Does she mean Maya? Family Feud. The spiritual power of the Quran channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. We, the women of the Maya, we, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. only the women. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Ami, but with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master, and the ones who don't become and the ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right. And it's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too, an older sister named Mia. Oh, yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother and lost her life as a result. Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Oh, wow. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister too, and Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master's seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Morgan. Morgan? There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now, at Maya's home, Karan Village. What she did was terrible. It was all so she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris. Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. Dun dun dun. What? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Morgan and Iris. Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest! That child? She's Mystic Morgan's? I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. 3 daughters. Wait, what? 3? Yes. Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. Twin sister. Dun dun dun. What? Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. scary face. It wasn't many years later that Karan's reputation hit an all-time low when Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife will never become the master. He left her and the village, taking their twin daughters with him. Damn. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried. And that's when it happened. Oh my god. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister, could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris's sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls had two older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead a clan. That's why she had pearls? It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confine her. So Iris has a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions to get some more info. Alright, so we have it. Question mark, question mark. Morgan Fay's daughter and Iris's twin sister. Her father deals in jewelry, apparently. Iris had a twin sister. That's really all I know about her. That and the fact that she was taken away from her mother by her jeweler father. I don't have any idea where she is, or what she's doing now. I could tell her, but she'd probably have a coronary and a half. Morgan Fay. Older sister of Misty Fay and mother of Pearl and Iris, is in solitary confinement. When I think about it, I do kind of feel sorry for Mystic Morgan. It wasn't her fault that her sister was a more powerful spirit medium. Mystic Morgan just couldn't compete with her sister. It must have been really tough on her. Even so, that doesn't excuse all the things she did. No, of course not. Sorry you suck at channeling spirits, Morgan Fay. It's true. Mean thing to say, but... And that's why she's doing all the things that she's doing. Now, we can go to Edgeworth. And now, here goes. Hey Edgeworth, did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is, she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently, her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right. I. I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. Dahlia Hawthorne. It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. Yeah. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case? Case 4. You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. Yeah, Chuck, that comment is justified. She is. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh, and this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with the case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. One moment. I just want to see if he says anything about Morgan. Okay, nah. Nah, he wouldn't know. Anyway, let's talk about Dahlia's death, shall we? Yep, demon. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Ellipsis. Right. I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Mia Feng. Mia Feng. At the time, Dahlia. Dahlia certainly inherited Morgan's blank, angry eyes and was caught by her cousin. Yeah, yeah, hey there, Astro dude. Never actually made that little connection. That's kind of funny. Damn. At the time, Dahlia. It's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. He was executed last month. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. Yeah, Chuck. She's dead. And once someone is dead, there is no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead. I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fay, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Quran channeling technique. Did you say Quran channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh, yes. I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what's happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth, go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file, and you'll know. Of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the Quran channeling technique is real. So, Dahlia Hawthorne, deceased. Morgan Fay's daughter and Iris's twin sister. She was executed last month. Damn. Couldn't happen to a better woman, huh? Anyway, uh, darkness aside, um, we're gonna go to the training hall now. Hello, Iris. Hi. Howdy doody. I'm gonna have to break your cycle locks now. And here we go. Oh, the gears are turning your head, Chuck. Maybe. The night of the crime. I think it's time you told I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. Ellipsis. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too. But I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. Sister Bikini. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night, hold on one moment, everybody. Let me mute for a moment. Hey, everybody. I'm back. I'll throw back to Maya channeling the nurse. All right. That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left the Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you. She spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early, though I shouldn't be late, so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple. So, I would have left at about 9:40 p.m., I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this. You can actually submit two pieces of evidence here. You can submit either Iris's hood or or her very own testimony. Iris's testimony. Rain lights out bell at 10 p.m. and was then in her room until the murder was discovered. Morgan at the very end of 2-2. But I shall be patient, my dearest Pearl. A chance will present itself. Your time will come. That's right. Astro Dude was referencing what Morgan said at the end of case 2-2, the second game, Chuck. Foreshadowing. It all came to this. You yourself testified to the contrary. Don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Ah. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me, Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. Ellipsis? No, that's right. I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in two different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on Iris. So far, I've managed to prove two things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. There were two of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen in two different places at the same time, which means there must have been two of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there is more than one of me. Oh, dearest Iris, it's your twin sister. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps. Ah, that's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I know only too well. Oops. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer. Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now. Is there, Iris? This second you, who was here at the temple on the night of the murder. It was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the Quran channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Night of the crime. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister, Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month. Just as I suspected. Acer Boom. The iris that Sister Bikini saw in the inner temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. No, she doesn't. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she even talking about? Betrayal. You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. It's what started her it's what started her down that twisted path. He started to commit crime after crime. And in the end, she she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? Revenge. What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place. For power. Messed up. But his plan backfired because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Quran. That would be Misty Faye, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Quran tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Faye, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation, the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple? Yes. The woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh, and I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family, I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it, goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned the lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. Ouch. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's so much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you. I promise. Thank you. I suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's psych lock. Hey, Suki. Okay. All right. All right. Let me type some things down. Sir. Done. All right. Okay, little Pearl, where are you? Suspension Bridge, and then we go to Heavenly Hall. All right, Pearl. I'm not gonna like to have to do this, but you're telling a little lie. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick. Ha, you're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. I think I pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Yes, Pearls, you better start spilling the beans on the night of the crime, young lady. Only 9 years old, but still. Oh boy. The night of the crime. After dinner, on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Doname's room, reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearls was never went to Miss Donem's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls, on the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? She went to the inner temple. You went there, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now I'm going to take a guess. You can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is Cousin Maya. It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was a special course. I signed up for your special course. Well, my. Quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Wow! Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the inner temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the inner temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. Eh, about what time was it when you headed over to the inner temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started, but there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10? How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell. The Hazakura temple bell is pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. Presenting the burnt letter. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper? Ah! Where did you? In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I, I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator. I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me? I know. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it. Whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was Dahlia Hawthorne. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the inner temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Um, Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? This vile woman right here? Pearls, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But the but you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you. That's why. How did you? I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Uh, Stop it, Pearls. All right, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, I. Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? If you're trying to say I follow these instructions, I like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. Eh, she'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it! However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? It could have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given. But you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. Here goes the hanging scroll. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? What? Why do something like that? Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right? How do you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Miss Donim on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise? So for example, how do you read this? It says, gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Aww. Sure, Miss Donham taught you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered a picture of the master in gravy from the night's pot roast. Gravy roast the master. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly, as my mother had asked me of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. Anyway, all right, start talking, Pearls. Night of the crime. I, after dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the master of Karain, like it said in the letter. I see. And then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yes. I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started, and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris too, it happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple. Yes, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator. Then I heated up the leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. Lost powers. She's going to talk to us about her lost powers. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit? No, I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come fly through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there is one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is anyway? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yup, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. Morgan's letter. Oh boy. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. That's a big word, Pearls. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month. Right. And last month, she told me the time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. Oh my god. Mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Dick? I guess so. Yeah. There is a picture of her letter too. A picture? Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time, pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already? Yes, a lot of the things. Burnt letter. Orders from Morgan Fay. Opened once before. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us. That's a bad thing. So I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Look at that innocent smile on her face. She doesn't know that she's being manipulated. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha! Finally figure it out. Have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godot! The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters, caught up in the worst circumstances. I realized that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. Well, I didn't know anything about what was going on. Ha. What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow, we'll settle everything in court tomorrow. once and for all. Mr. Nick, is is what that man just said true? It'll be all right, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child. My Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now, finally, after all this time, the master's seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. Damn you. He doesn't give a damn about her daughter. She just cares about the position. Awful. Terrible. Horrible. And she's in solitary confinement. And she's rotting in there. Anyway, here we go, everybody. You're gonna love what's about to happen. February 10th, 9:39 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby, number 1. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's a defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then, how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. Damn. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Donim. No, I mean Miss Misty Fay. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. February 10th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Your Honor? What are you? Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother, he looked a bit pale. Not to mention, sad that he couldn't be here. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean? Forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Oh no. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's all right. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Donim? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise. and carried it to the Hazakura temple courtyard, where I desecrated it. What? Order in the court! Order! Witness, are you? Are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Ah, everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case. It's to murder. Yes, isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Grr, that Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about? It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved into pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris is covering for someone? Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Quran tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Quran channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, trite. She's naming Maya? Order. Order in the court! So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. Objection! That's ridiculous! Maya could never. Maya could never do such a. The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. A real murderer. I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. Hmm. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. The real murderer. I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection!
Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? Oh my, I was in the inner temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor, I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya? I mean, Miss Faye? Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such a shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. And then? Mystic Maya, she turned things around and she used the weapon she had taken and lunged forward for a strike. Witness, are you absolutely certain? Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something, Maya Faye's name would have been written on this autopsy report instead. Yes, I see. This is bad. I still can't put the pieces together. Unless I find a contradiction in her testimony, Maya's going to get blamed for this. I only have this to say. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So you're saying Maya Faye was the one who stabbed Miss Elise Donen? Sister Iris, is that really what you saw? Yes.
Objection!
Tis, trite. If your mug is filled with black and bitter suspicions, the only way to get rid of them is to drink them down quick. Like this. I know that's supposed to be a metaphor, but I don't get it. There's only one thing you need to get, trite. It's called evidence. Now hurry up, before my next cup gets cold. What does that mean? Is Godot waiting for me to point out the contradictions? I like to avoid the whole spirit channeling thing if I can. Not only would it be inadmissible as evidence, but I think it might actually hurt our standing with the judge. First, I need to pick her testimony apart and expose the unnatural sounding parts. I don't know why our Iris would tell a story like this, but there are two things I noticed that just don't add up. So, you go to the third statement. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Lee Stoneham tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Fay? Yes, exactly. Ah, you look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony you're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? Of course. There is one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Yeah. Okay, now, let's continue. So, appendix, there's new statement. Interesting, Chuck. And do not worry, I am reading your thoughts. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. She threw her staff away? Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon. It's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff. Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff? Yes, that's what I saw. Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it's odd all right. Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with the dagger. I'm sure of this. So, she threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. So, if y'all remember, there was a blade concealed in the staff.
Objection!
Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Donan throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Ah, if Elise Donan really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? I... That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, How should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well, anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Donim will never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Because, Your Honor, Miss Elise Donim, she's really 49 years old, and her real name is Misty Fey. And she's Maya's mother. And, normally, when I say the word keyword, normally, one would not kill their own flesh and blood. Elise Donim would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donim. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? No, not Mystic Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to? Misty Fey is the master of the Quran channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Donim actually the great mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Order. Order in the court! Upon first hearing the witness' testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, when taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible. Except for one little thing. Yes? What is this one little impossible thing? Ha! You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under roasted? But you have no idea, Gramps. Um, could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. This was I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the back side of the pine tree when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby is thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree, which means the blood in the dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Ha! Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? Yes. I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I ordered that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Dagger, found behind a tree in the inner temple garden. The blood is being analyzed now. One moment, everybody. I'm just gonna fish for a few more peeps for Blue Sky. Putting my silly little live status. Okay, done. Go live. It only lasts for 4 hours. I might as well use that. His sweetheart, huh? Yeah. Dagger added to the court record. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. You girls never lie. Ever. In any case, witness, if you will please testify again to this court. Found behind a tree in the inner temple garden. The blood is being analyzed now. Um, about what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. The battle. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then, she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me. Hmm. So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground, and then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes, but Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea, I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point. It's just silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. Metal Gear Solid. Gray Fox. Love the localization. Thanks, Gray Fox in disguise. Oh my god, that'd be a hell of a head cannon. Gray Fox went on to become a coffee drinking prosecutor in another life. Hello, Alu. Gray Fox is awesome. Freaking Gray Fox. Oh man. All right, continuing. Next thing you know, he'll start telling us to put the controller on the floor too. That will be one Psycho Mantis. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. They will probably scream, maybe, or they will probably you know, glare their teeth too while screaming. Foxes can be vicious. Your analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it. Yeah, with your cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. Get out of here, Goodo. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? Yes, Alu. Your emotes. That's what happens. Lewis proof there. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Oh, wait a minute. There you are. There's my quartered fox. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? You're welcome. Ellipsis. Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost. The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So, in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
Objection.
J.Q. Fox syndrome. This guy, I have shaking Mega Man syndrome for next month. March of Mega Man. But I'm only going to do some. I'm going to mix it up next month. We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise Donim. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that. Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. The two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Where did that dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was flung towards the tree after the struggle. That is the most likely explanation, yes. After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while, and Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped. Hmm. But then suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over. It seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone. That alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. And it's over here, Mr. Wright. The fourth statement. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Hmm. Oh, really? The autopsy reports she was stabbed from the back, not in the front.
Objection.
Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yep. Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Ah, this proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Ah! What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ha, it's simple. What is the meaning of this? People are like books. We've all, we've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Um, is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Objection!
Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? Yes. The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting, being mother and daughter. And now, she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just. If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light! Light! By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. Praise the sun! Yes, Sir Boom. Hmm, I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor, but according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No! Order, order, order! Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Stone lantern. A lantern from the inner temple garden was not lit the night of the crime. Oh, I see, Chuck. I see. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? It says it says Maya upside down. Wow. The judge figured that out. What the? Oh yes. Oh yes. That's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. He must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. Hmm, it certainly looks that way.
Objection.
Hang on. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean? What are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Er, um, okay then. Let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Donim was killed by Maya Fey. That's just that's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. Sister Iris's cover up. Oh boy. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Quran tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple, and I used the Shichishito to alter the way she. I used the Shichichito to alter the way the wound looked. Okay. So you moved the body? Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fei clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Stoneham was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin.
Hmm. A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for twist of fate, Your Honor. Twist of fate. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Sister Iris's cover-up. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya.
So you waited until everything was over before making a move.
No, it's not like that.
Objection!
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid.
Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion.
Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Quran tradition. So then, you knew?
You do?
You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey? Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself?
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible for it wasn't for the snow. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge.
Oh, whoops.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. Except, it's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I try to take the body as far away as possible. Ha! Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? I used the Shito to alter the way the wound looked. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you? Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst.
Probably. More like definitely. I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Miss Donin.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing.
Hmm. Okay. Now, let's go back to the fifth statement. We haven't pressed it yet, but I'm about to.
Then I used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. And
The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later.
yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day.
Should I ask for more details?
Why, yes. Let's ask about the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Well, yes, naturally. You would expect tracks.
This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see. Snow was still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
Hmm. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony?
Why, it's very important, Your Honor. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony.
But does it have something to do with the case?
All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Ha! This should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right. I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. No, huh?
What is going on here?
If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie, The Grid, Revelations. Phoenix is mentioning Matrix Revolutions. Or Revelations, yeah. Matrix Revelations. Ha! Well then, Mr. Trite. Perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve. Or rather, at the end of your index finger. I want to believe it, but I think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. Well, yeah. Okay, so her amended testimony. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Oh, wait. Let me look at that over again. Hold it. I dragged it behind me all the way across the Dusky Bridge.
Oh, really? Glad you say. The weather data. You claimed that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But she couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No! Uh, order, order, order! The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outer world. There's no way he could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Huh, yeah. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying, and I'll find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Ah. The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge is burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donin was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donim's body, whether my visor can see or not see. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night. So my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It is only human to err. And if you're so perfect, Wright, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow, the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Ugh. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, You're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. All right, then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be her final testimony? Moving the body.
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling? Or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Interesting, Truck. Interesting. Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge?
So it was just a misunderstanding, I see.
This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident.
It certainly was burnt to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
Dusky Bridge photo. Taken morning after the crime. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. Trite. I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
All right, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination.
Moving the body. Oh boy. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place, I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body did make it across somehow. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. But you seem to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry. I was wrong. Ellipsis, ellipsis. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in a court of law. Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Huh? Well, naturally it was, You see, it's not that easy to remember, is it?
But if it had been some kind of a special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation.
Objection!
No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trite.
What?
By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed a bridge while it was on fire. Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across. Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge? Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Ha! If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. I've come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even I don't know the exact answer yet. It's okay. I'll start by examining all my evidence and see where that takes me. I've gotta be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. So, every single one of these statements can be pressed. Excuse me. One piece of evidence works on any of the statements that Iris here is saying. Oh boy. Here goes. There it is. Larry's sketch.
Objection!
A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Ha. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous!
Who is it? Who is this witness?
I can't check it out here. I've got to keep on the attack. Go, go, go. Miss Elise Stonem's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurie Stonem. Brilliant, highly gifted apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night, he was at the Bout Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen the sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night.
Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument?
Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old. Does this sketch prove anything? It does. Yes, I'm pretty sure it does. And I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with the sketch? Upside down. Why did Godot say that? Why did Godot say that?
All right then. Let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show?
I don't think old Whisker Face is going to forgive any more mistakes. All right, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. This sketch drawn by Laurie Stonem is
I'm gonna do this for laughs. I won't get penalized for this. Exactly what happened. Of course, the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh! You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. Oh, I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. There must be some way. I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. All right, then, the witness will now return to her testimony. Yes, Your Honor. That was worth it. That was worth it. We're gonna do that again. We're gonna choose the correct option. I should have saved it. I'll just do that. Now, in all seriousness, this sketch drawn by Maurice Stonem is a complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I could see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Maurice Stonem stated it over and over that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Ha, this is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? Why, over here. It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Ha. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Well, Godot, it was our newly added piece of evidence here. Dusky Bridge photo. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat! I've always heard that over the years from many cartoons I watched. The wires are below the guard wires. What? Order, order, order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Maurice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then, that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Maurice was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he lay down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Maurice must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ah! Ugh, no way. Maurice Dolan witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. Man, Matt. Upside down, man. So then, the sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Maurice Stonehim's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right. Just like a pendulum. Ridiculous! Order, order, order! Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds about right. That sounds right. In order to cover that distance of a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident. So it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? Why, Your Honor, look at the freaking photo again from the previous thing. Look, see? Boom, right there. And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there, in front of your glorious beard. Ah, this is one of the wires of the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Lee Stonem's body. Uh, yeah, insane, I know. Because there is simply no other way to move the body. Ha. Chug that coffee. Mr. Godot? Hmm. It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Why, yes, Mr. Godot. There's two pieces of evidence that supports this. The crystal sphere. It was found on an outcropping near Dusky Bridge. But you can also, this is the real, like, you can present either the autopsy report or the crystal sphere here. Because look what it says on the autopsy report again, everybody. Cause, loss of blood from stab in the back, and the body fell 10 foot drop? 10 feet drop? Yeah, 10 feet drop, yeah. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Yeah, thank you. 10-foot drop. That's what I meant. Feet and foot. I gotta educate myself again on that. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, what was the spot? That was the spot where the criminal? Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. They must have failed, yeah. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet, 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Elise Stonem's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found. Ah! Precisely, Your Honor, in the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. Insane. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright, I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. Oh? And what would that be? The aroma. Huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. Um, the rest of the court doesn't speak coffee-nese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side like you said, then naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then. If you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? Why, it was none other than Iris, Your Honor. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Ah, but I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. That rules her out. You're the only one that could have managed it. Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten. But have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred. Something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Irish to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't the Iris of Hazakura Temple? Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Talia Hawthorne. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time. Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her. Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells. But bells nonetheless. Ha. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Elims. Oh yes, I remember now. That case. 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order, order, order! Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Quran channeling technique flows within that body. The Quran channeling technique? Now where have I heard that? That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne. Just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister, Iris, was? Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here, in these instructions. Ah, what's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris that gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business? Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. Then they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Woo, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Ha. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous? Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places? Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there was still quite a few things I don't understand. But I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, has have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? There was one. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who wasn't? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris a chance to freely move about was... Edgeworth. It was during the earthquake. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday. Was there not? An earthquake? Hmm. Earthquake! Oh my goodness! The inner temple. This kind of tremor might. How could I have? He fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and
Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
that voice.
Guess I'll have to ask again.
Upon meeting a beautiful lady,
Always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne. In my current profession, permanently retired.
ha, so you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. That look.
What is going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself.
Oh, we're gonna we're gonna drag her, everybody. We're gonna snatch her. You did do, huh? Huh, Chuck? I was like, I wonder if you were gonna finally catch on and figure it out. February 10th, 1:06 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness,
Yes? How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. When you've seen what I have.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
The plan.
And her theme song is playing too during this. It's scary.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. You sicko.
So that means you really are.
Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that. Watch yourself, Trite.
If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, That's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya? Could it be true? The whole plan began with my death.
You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan?
When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me.
What are the odds?
Since I was on death row, and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan.
Ha, are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter.
Sick. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Quran?
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh?
A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master.
You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Yes, though at first, she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister Iris?
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
Damn. You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die.
Maya would have to die, but why?
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
But Pearls will never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well.
How could anyone do that?
The idea was for me to kill Maya, and then have the blame pinned on Iris.
You. You were going to kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. Well, you were originally a redhead, but it was pretty ingenious to dye your hair black, I guess. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally, they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway, the plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head, and I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan, and what she was after as well. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me, just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
Objection!
That's absurd. Maya's just... She's just trapped. Trapped inside the secret cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivety and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value, other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me will help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? It's not like that woman. I'm not like that woman. I only act on my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself, for my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Yep, and it's really petty. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. 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 It looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. Yeah, we got that. Yeah, so Dahlia was gonna try and hit it where it hits, where it hurts the most. Well, everybody, here goes. Showtime. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? Why, yes, you demon. It was because of her. Mia Fey. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem. You see, you can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes. And I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted it to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey.
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Humph. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, ooh, she knocked my lamp down. Boosh moved. Ah, Boosh, what am I gonna do with you? Anyway, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was Elise Stonem who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and so then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory.
I don't know. I think I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute, Maya Fade must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory, Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern, surrounded by darkness.
You were in a sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow, I had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
Hmm.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern?
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who?
Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only two people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
The bridge had been fixed, and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I couldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up, all by herself.
The real Iris?
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was all right. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. Damn. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. And it was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan has succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fay.
Well, of course. Who would have assumed that? It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that actually called my spirit back was Misty Fay, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. Oh. No way!
Order. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous! That's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fey had disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there is only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River?
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Ugh. Oops, sorry. That's my phone.
Let's let this ringtone play out for a moment. second best ringtone in the game. Steel Samurai is still the best ringtone, in my opinion. Alright. What kind of ringtone is that? Why, Mr. Wright, it's called The Dark Fragrance of Coffee, which is also Goto's theme song. Lado here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks to the secret cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. Oh! It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Donim, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. Ha. Right. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Sherlock Holmes quote. No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to be, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. That's right. That's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? Why, yes, I do, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, I have two pieces of evidence. You could present either the Hazakura temple map, or you can also present the Dusky Bridge photo. Here, Judge. Udgy. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ah, ha. So you finally figured it out. You. Woo! Yes. Order! Order! You're just playing with me. Mayafei's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Mayafei wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you are talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is? This very instant. Okay, everybody, so if you've been following along, it has already been established that Maya is not at the Sacred Cavern. She totally can't be in Hazakura Temple. She totally is not in the Inner Temple either. Mayafei is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here, in this very courtroom. What? Mayafei is here? You say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne? I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fay, that pathetic little sniveling runt. Damn. How could you say that to your little sister? You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if somebody else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did, but who? Pearl's even tried again, on the day after the crime. But she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct? Yeah. It wasn't pearls that channeled you. There was someone who could call. There was someone who called you before she could. Maya Fey. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand attention. Dahlia Hawthorne? The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. What? Well, how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her. Ha. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off, and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became... Oh, one moment. I didn't skip that. Okay, good. Where would be the safest place to hide? Ah! Ah! You mean that's when she channeled me? All this time, you thought you had been channeled by pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you! No! No! Don't say that! You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Oh. Maya Fey killed herself. Isn't it obvious?
Objection!
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. He could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia has entered the chat. Mia! Mia Fey. Uh-oh. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Ha. You're something else. But what? What's he doing here? That hair. It's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. Ooh.
I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did?
Not terribly surprising, since she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. He did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear,
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down two things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there.
Yes. But why did you order her to do those two things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fay.
Pearls?
Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fay's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fay to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you! I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame. Wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago, a fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. Poor Doug. Doug Swallow. As a result, you were sentenced to death. Yeah. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You, wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face.
And now this. You messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you.
Girl.
Ah!
Mama, Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey.
You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten that spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I would have been hanged to death. True, but I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me.
What? What did you say?
Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You, oh, you're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. No, you're done. Banner out. Banner out. There she is. Nick, sis. Damn. Yeah, nah. Mia, yeah. Those words to her, you will never defeat me. I say the same thing to my opponents too. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, It looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Hmm. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Quran channeling technique. Whoa, Judge. Udgy. Hey, isn't it the new issues of O Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Hmm, never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Yeah, we're not done yet. We are so not done yet. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think... I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya. He was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed with the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Stonem. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way! But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Ha! Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
You. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Fey to the witness stand. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Fey to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Wright, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself.
That's enough. This court is now in recess.
Okay, I'm going to go on the slide at Vitamin Square, the Apple slide, one more time. And then I'm going to go on the swing set. Yeah. February 10th, 2:56 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. She's the good one. But I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either. She's too good. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always, I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I, that's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. Damn it, Iris. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up. That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean. Yes, two defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris. Oh, one moment, everybody. Oh, okay. Just opening a spare tab. Apologies. Okay, continuing. Iris. There's one more name that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, at least stoned him, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. Hmm. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body, so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did she alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shichi Shito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Victim staff. Updated. Has a sword hidden inside. The actual weapon used to murder the victim. Defendant. Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants you to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? Oh, she's got something to say to Phoenix. Feeny. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Uh-oh. Mia. Um, how is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donan really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer? Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing, the victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Yep, it is indeed all coming together. This is the end, my only friend. The end. Nah, I'm still gonna keep going. I'm just saying that this is the actual end coming up. This is it. February 10th, 3:36 p.m. District Court's courtroom number 7. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. Tests? The final turnabout. Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or, due to time constraints, a full test was impossible? However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? Dagger, found stuck in a pine tree in inner temple garden. The blood doesn't match the victim's. Oh wow. I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Final boss is Maya Fey. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey, My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright& Co. Law Offices. Maya.
According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Quran channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fae clan. I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fae bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Very well. Now then, Miss Fey, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Stoneham's murder. Is this correct?
I, I, I didn't see any.
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come and out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh.
At the inner temple, the final turnabout.
Okay.
I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head.
Yeah, she is, man. That whole channeling thing and what transpired, it is really hard for her. But hey, Mia said that Maya is strong, and she's gonna show us how strong she is, as in mentally.
I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me.
Oh, definitely.
That's when I lost consciousness.
Hmm. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff.
Maya, the person who hit you, it was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I just, I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Ha. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. He doesn't look well at all. Yeah, Maverick. This would never happen in real life, especially so shortly after experiencing the trauma she had.
I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Who else was on the inner temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day of after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later, like she said? Well, let me think.
She seems kind of confused. It's probably because she's so tired.
No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head.
Who did it? Who hit you?
Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind.
You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How can you not see who it was?
Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember.
Maya is really having a hard time. What should I do?
Leave her alone.
Considering the conditions of this crime scene, it's not surprising she didn't see her attacker.
Ha,
So it looks like even you've got some compassion. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise Stonem, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hmm, very well. Please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck in the head?
I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern.
What happened afterwards?
My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think.
You think?
After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time.
Well, now, this is beginning to get interesting. So, what were the two things rolling around in your mind?
Um, my name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable, given their circumstances. So, what did you do then?
And something warm splashed over me.
You don't mean, was it?
I didn't know it at the time, but I think it was probably blood.
Is she saying that's when Miss Donen, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer?
At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So, what happened next?
I don't remember.
How are you saved? You don't even remember that?
No, I haven't got any idea. Um, I really don't know what happened at all.
That's too bad.
I've worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now.
I can't, I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. Yep,
I think I screamed, "Help me!"
you think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see any my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that was my last hope.
Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? My last hope.
Wait a moment. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No, no, no. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see, and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah, but you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh?
Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
I am. Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Ha! It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure.
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. A man. A man? Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see.
You couldn't see. She's used this excuse twice now.
Well, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say? Under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time.
Hmm, really now?
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern.
Stone lantern, you say? A light, you say, Maya? Contradiction, Maya. I'm sorry, Maya. Stone lantern. It was not lit at the crime.
Objection!
So there was a man standing by your attacker?
Yeah,
That man. He's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donan, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
the killer.
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
Oh, hold on.
Those are good guesses, Chuck. Hold on, let's review who the confirmed men are here. There's myself, B, Phoenix Wright. I could have done it. Or maybe he did. I'm joking. There's Godot, Dick Gumshoe, Larry, and Edgeworth. You know who killed your mother, don't you? Um, what is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No! Order. Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au lait? Cafe au lait. Cafe au lait. Is that even legal? Mr. Tright's words are the milk, and you are the spoon, Your Honor. I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. Uh, Final Fantasy IV reference, everybody. Telling that to Edward. You spoony bard! You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Objection!
Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick, may I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. Huh. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! Order, order, order. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Fay saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Right. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
Objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Ha. You talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. This man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. All right, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say Miss Fay saw in the darkness? Your Honor, it is the man across from me right now, Godot. Because it was pitch black, Miss Fay was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? Yeah, yeah, Chuck. It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. What? This is. But it can't be. Ha. That was a nice bit of deduction. Right. It was plain as the blind visor in his face. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order, order, order. Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why weren't you denying it? Ha. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night, was it 3 glowing red dots? Well, witness, answer the question. Ellipsis. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya, I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. What? Witness,
Objection!
Mr. Wright, you stop your chattering, Your Honor. The chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but oh boy, the killer. When I came to, I was just lying there on the on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Hmm. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I. No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, It doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. The killer. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So when the person that carried you into the inner temple, so that the person that carried you into the inner temple, it could only have been the killer. That's what I think, too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I I don't know. It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. I agree, Mr. Wright. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. Oh, so sorry. Press. The torches were lit? Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them, since it would be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow. It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood in it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with the blood. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue. But I think this will help explain them. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier, you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. So, we got our information from the third and fourth statements about the lanterns and the snow. So now we have to go on back to the second statement that we pressed earlier. Phoenix mentioned that, you know, he needed to gather more information from Maya about the details. So now we're going to press the statement again. This is a tricky one. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me, for my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. They did it for your sake? Well, if the body had and the blood had been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right? Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Quran killed by own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? So, I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. Oh, Maya, Maya, Maya. The killer forgot to do one little teeny tiny thing. And it's back to the lantern. I'm afraid our killer did not see the word Maya on there.
Objection!
The body of Lee Stoneman was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's a message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Ah, if the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Ah, you're right. Order, order, order! But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer has left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? The killer didn't write it, and it wasn't to pin the crime on Maya. It's because the killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good evidence. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There is no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident. Who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether? And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Why, Your Honor, it's the man right across from me, Godot. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern, there's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Humph, nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Perfectly shiny. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on white. You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tribulations, Case 3, this is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a blood stain. But it was established that it was ketchup, really. You could see the coffee in the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Ah, it's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. Damn, I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godo is the murderer, but there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Lee Snowden, who also known as Miss Misty Fey. It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Ha, just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
Objection!
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Wright. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If we wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he take it? Just that area. Ah, could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He wouldn't have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? You're right, he also missed the talisman as well, which is also colored red. Hold it. Hold it. Wait just a minute. Maya, what is it, witness? Mr. Godot, isn't the killer, after all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
Maya, you can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I may not look it. Eek! But, after the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ah, nicely done, Trite. Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the inner temple, too.
After the incident. We're almost there, everybody.
Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's right, Sir Boom. That would explain why Pearl couldn't channel. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up.
Oh. Who is this Pearlie?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay.
Hmm. So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Maya. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath.
Ah,
The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot, let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright, let's get this cross-examination started. Ellipsis. After these incidents,
Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. So where did she think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
but even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place? It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya.
She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense.
Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Donim.
The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. She searched the entire inner temple side, end to end. Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone. And there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times.
The inner temple side had two structures, the training hall and a spare prep room.
And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There was a storage shack too. Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. Hmm. So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the secret cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godot? That's funny. Am I imagining things? Or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't have been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the inner temple, huh? Ha. You want to say something, Trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well. Please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the inner temple side, right? Yes. Then Mr. Godot. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. He cheered her up? That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Ha! Put it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-toothed combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation my own way, Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. Yes. We're going to ask... Before I ask about the investigation, let's ask about cheering Pearls up. So you cheered Pearls up? When I found that little girl?
The first thing she asked about was her cousin, Maya Fey.
Really?
The bridge had burned down, and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there, she asked about you before she said a thing about herself.
Pearlie,
I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the inner temple side, but I couldn't find it in her to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup with milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. What a sweet story. He had a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godo when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed these stolen. Alright, we're gonna ask him about the investigation now. Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style. Godot's investigation. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Fey, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there, you headed for the prep room? Wait a sec. What did Goto say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple where it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Stonen. So, we go back to the fourth statement once again. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. So it was your first time in the inner temple side, Mr. Godot? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't have been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the inner temple, huh? Ha! You want to say something, Trite? It's just like I thought. Godot is lying. If his first visit to the inner temple really was after the incident, he shouldn't know about that piece of evidence. Caught you in the lie. Very well. Please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the inner temple side, right? Yes, then Mr. Godot. So back to the fourth statement right here. Once again, we are going to now present the hanging scroll.
Objection!
Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? because he just made one fatal slip up, the hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Fey. Hold it. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, it's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Fey on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh, yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. And I ask you just one little thing, Trite. What is it? This whole theory of yours? It all rests on a certain assumption that I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? Why, yes, Your Honor. It was the burnt letter. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fate authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fey Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden during one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center. Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Order, order, order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl's nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. Boosh. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
Objection!
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Mia Fey. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? Oh, I gotta do this again, everybody. Diego Armando Godo.
Godot. G-O. D-O. Without the T. Okay. The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia's face, first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I love that moment. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure sweetheart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. And one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne! Ha! Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's sad. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only two reasons left to live. And it was for those two reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your two reasons to live? The first was you, trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fade never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor?
My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Maya Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Quran village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fay was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. A neat quirk of the localization, just as you can't see red on white, ignored red white and blaming Phoenix for Mia's death. Yeah, I was sort of kind of thinking of some dark humor there. Yeah, 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 Chuck. There was a reason for everything, man. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal is to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices,
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government. Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Quran had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Face still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always? That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay, if necessary. Everybody, Misty Fay is a bona fide badass for that. She was ready for Morgan. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. She tried to be a little distraction. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan. But she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Fay had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Karai, Misty Fay's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. He channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fay wouldn't be able to. Ah! What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fey. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case he needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fey, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick. Please don't. Maya. I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too. Maya, I know that. Nick, But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
All right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
This is it, everybody. The final testimony, the time of the murder. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I asked for help, but just then, I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out, and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed, and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Ha! Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me.
Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
This is it, everybody. I'll save it right here. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. Lights shining in the dark? I don't think you can make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure that I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's Mask Eater. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore. But leave it. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly.
All right then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights?
I thought I asked for help, but just then, I was splattered with blood. That blood. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. Just that moment. I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right?
Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should have ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Could you please see the red lights? Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so. But suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark.
They went out?
Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean?
If the red lights were coming from Godot's mask and they went out right in the middle of a fight, maybe the mask was damaged, or maybe it was knocked off, or maybe the batteries ran out. Right?
Or maybe those little red pinhead looking lights just stopped working.
What could have really happened then? Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. And what about the killer that stabbed Dahlia? I'm sorry, I don't know. Really, it's true, Nick. I believe you. On this point, I'm sure Maya isn't lying. Ha, it appears that the darkness has proven to be your undoing, Trite. Hmm, I've got to use this testimony to prove that Godot committed the murder. I really wish I didn't have to do it, but for some reason, I get the feeling that some part of Godot actually wants me to. And here we go, fifth statement. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? So then, that scream came from the killer?
That's gotta be it.
Hmm. Hmm.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me.
It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. There's a contradiction. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation will create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream. Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blood in the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Ah, is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I could think of that could have been used as the weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? Why, this dagger here, Mr. Godot. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection.
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
Objection.
Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it will prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Order. Order in the court! Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Ha! Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be! In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right then, witness. Continue your testimony. Hold it! Wait a minute! What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya? This dagger? You said it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes. That solved the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there, waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Heck. Order. Order in the court. What the witnesses... What the witness says is that, yeah. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way, he wouldn't get any blood on them.
Objection!
That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ah! True. Ha. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here? So come on, Trite. You do it or not. How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. This music from the first game. Ha, that's good. A fighter till the bitter end, Trite. This is just one piece of evidence that can prove your point. Why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I gotta think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. All right then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood of the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. The final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? Godot, Diego Armando, the answer lies on you. It's on Godot himself.
Ha! I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Uh, so that double objection, that was um that was a Phoenix's father and son Kamehameha moment. You know, like with Gohan and Goku, Cell Saga. Yep, just now I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I can never find it in my heart to forgive was me. You, yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even if I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Fey? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy, the stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off. As a true defender of the people, in that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot, I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Look at the text box. He's Armando now. Hmm, thanks. Bloody tears? Sorry, couldn't resist. Your wound. It's bleeding. Ah, did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears.
Tears?
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando! You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
This time, it really is over. This time it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant,
Yes, Your Honor?
although you weren't directly involved in the murder, Tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to I want to apologize to you.
Apologize to me?
For what? For the case 5 years ago, of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
Yeah, Chuck, it is.
It's not all that it's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister. You only met twice. Huh? We only met twice? The first time you met was on that the first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, for those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. It wasn't Dahlia? Huh? Was Dahlia? I hope one day you could forgive me, Feeny. You? You mean? That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
Why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave me the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why my sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? This will change your appreciation of Phoenix's very first scene in the anime. Yeah.
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back for me in her place? But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If if I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her, even if it meant her life or mine. Iris, after spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you, too. Yes, you really are the person I always thought you were? Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. She was the one that made the mini omelets to Phoenix, and she was the one that made the sweater to Phoenix. Yes. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix, right? Ah, coffee spray. Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, at least Donim. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty, although you were an accomplice. Court is now adjourned. You're going to be tried at a later date, young lady. Yes. February 10th, 4:51 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course, of course justice was served. Mia, I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. Well, I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? You, I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. Bye, Mia. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick, Maya? I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out, that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick. Maya. How? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Ouch! Francisca! Still as softy as always. Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Wright. Huh, Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever, with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch! Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca? I don't suppose. I don't suppose. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry. What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No, no, no. Oh yeah, those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? Yeah! My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Oh, wow, Maya's glaring at Von Carva. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it, like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book? Francie's whippity whip. Oh my god. Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl is pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls, where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful, despite all that has happened. Yeah, to be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. Satan is gone. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. How now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth? I think I'm starting to understand too. Oh, then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for? Why, Francisca von Karma. First of all, please put that whip away. Second of all, she's being strong for. She's being strong for Pearl. Pearl Fey, the poor kid. After all, the reason why that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. He's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Crown of Pencils short fanfic. The dry branch on AOE3. Okay, let me copy and paste that. I'll remember that for later. Okay, all right. Continuing now. She's doing it for Pearl's sake until she can see her smile again. Oh, hey, so this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we got quite the bunch of. What was that for, sir? The bunch of heroes. What? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. Yeah, right. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sorta kinda gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first class French restaurant tonight. Oh no. Ah, pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first class French restaurant. You don't mean Très bien. Where else? Oh no. I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby. You're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village, but no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe?
Yeah, what is it, pal?
Could you guys go on ahead?
But what about you?
Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick,
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world.
yeah, but you're the. Ah,
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, Wright.
we won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of where pearls might have gone to. February 10th, Hazakura Temple. Main gate.
Hazakura Temple.
For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back again so soon? Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearly is here?
She's in the training hall.
I'll let you hurry along and go see her. Okay. Pearly's not here.
Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll.
Ah,
Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be pearls.
Stick Maya. Pearly. Why? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya. I swore, I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother.
That's why you came here?
It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother's gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Quran, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart. It would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. That's photo? Ah, m- mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is what we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. The jar. Even Mia was preparing the jar. Oh my god. Less Abi face souls probably left the jar by now. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. Maya and Phoenix in 3-3. I used to break things all the time when I was little, you know. Well, Pearls and Adrian seem to have picked up where you left off, with the same object, no less. Yep. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. Sure. This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. All right. I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 for when you come back. What? All right, we're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get. I probably don't want to, but what is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally. Huh? 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 That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal right before we come next time. Right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I could say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing.
Objection!
To Takumi! Thank you. I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master Karan, the office manager of Wright Coal offices, and I have to be a good sister to Pearlie and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm locked up or not captured or something like that. Maya, stop. So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course and all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special Ultra Cares here too. I think I'll be surprised at two of them by making them a secret reservation. God game right here. Godlike. Yeah. Maggie brought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly.
Please don't soil yourself.
Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Quran exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said I must show you what I've learned.
Love you, Adrian. Yes. Desi and I started a company called Mass to Mass Consulting.
We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city.
Our motto is, cut it out, please!
Pretty cute, huh?
Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. Oh, Ron. Mask to mask. Never change.
Ah, I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminator Don Tigre, so I let him buy 100,000 in a tea set, a special thick tea, one I mixed with my own two hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise.
We also love Viola. Oh, this guy. I'm just old and in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cry like a baby with a dirty diaper. Aw.
You have a loving family, Victor. Cherish that.
Oh, you.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mata. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. Adam Mata is a palindrome.
Clown.
My. More reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Yeah, poor Iris. He did bad for being an accomplice, but she was the good twin. You turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. And we never saw her again.
Objection!
Sam Riegel, Phoenix Wright.
Objection!
Miles Edgeworth, Sean King.
Objection!
Mia Fey, Christina Catano, a young Mia Fey.
Objection!
Oh, Godot. James C. Wilson.
Ah, Franziska von Karma, Janet Sue. Oh, geez. Winston Payne, David Chryslip. Chryslip. Rookie Crusher. Oh! What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation, and no one's here to greet me. I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit, and now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to do anyway? What's with all the flashing lights and switches? I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what I'm doing with all the macadamia nuts I brought back. Yeah, I'm not gonna read all that. Auto scroll. Nope. I saw something about macadamia nuts and edgy. I finally found something I love to do. Francie's whippity whip trip is gonna turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial? I'm an artist, a really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Shinji Mikami was the executive producer. Interesting. Mr. Resident Evil. And there's a nice portrait of the gang. I also like this portrait right here, everybody. Look. Mia, Misty. And probably the coolest prosecutor to ever drink a cup of coffee. Godot. Diego Armando. So, bam. Got my last two achievements. Trilogy has been completed. This has been fun to revisit. And I can't wait to revisit the other ones, including the ones I have not played yet. Not to mention, you know, more importantly, I'm streaming these too. Yeah, it's almost been 2 years now. I'm almost approaching my second anniversary stream next month. That was great. That was fun. That was awesome. Oh, let's go to the gallery real quick, everybody. Oh yeah, hold on. I wanted to a few more tidbits here. So, so Elise is an adaptation of Erisu for her Japanese alias. It may also be a play on alias. Donin may be a play on pseudonym, or it could be a combination of a corruption of do, meaning to, and the suffix nym. The NYM suffix is a variant of onym, ONYM, a suffix from an ancient Greek word for name. This will give the meaning of her surname as two name, suitable since she has two names, her real name and her alias. Maiko Ayasato. Maiko means dancing girl. Ayasato is written with the characters for Twill and Village. The reading of that refers more broadly to cloth with full woven patterns, such as quill or damask. It is possibly a reference to those fabrics being perceived and as old-fashioned. Alternatively, it could be chosen for its homophone, which means mysterious or suspicious, taken together. It could be emphasizing the traditional and occult elements of her heritage. Erisu may be intended to sound similar to Elise, often Erizu, in katakana. This could be a reference to the name of a dancing girl from the short story The Dancing Girl by the Japanese writer Mori Ogai, tying in with the meaning Faye's real Japanese name, Maiko.
and it could also be a play on the English word alias, Eriyasu, and katakana. Oh, here's another little fun. Here's another little fun trivia about bikini that was not mentioned. So each member of the Fae clan wears orbs on necklaces, which represents her training's progress. Bikini apparently wears many, although the exact number is unclear, as they are largely obstructed by her hood. And in several moments, it could be seen that she wears at least 4 orbs. Oh, and at various points, Shu Takumi was planning on making Bikini the lost Misty Fae or the real culprit. I could not see Bikini as a real culprit. She's too nice. Let's see. And due to Miles Edgeworth's popularity among fans, Shu Takumi wanted to give the character a role in the third game as well. So while he was writing the story of the final case, he came up with the idea of making Edgeworth the player character and rewrote his draft to have Wright plunge off Dusky Bridge to allow the player to temporarily become Edgeworth. So, oh, and in early drafts of the story, every character from from the Fae clan dies, except for Maya. That's messed up. I wouldn't want that. Like, don't kill off Pearl. Oh, and in the Japanese version, the hanging scroll is covered with curry instead of gravy. Wow. Okay. And yeah, that's all. All right. Now, before I go, I want to fiddle faddle with the scene creator real quick. I'm gonna do something silly. Okay, I need to find Satan. There's Satan. Okay. I found Satan, everybody. You cannot cross-examine Satan, for he has a stun gun. He will stun you. Or something. I don't know. That is frightening. Look, everybody, it's Polly. Remember Polly? Don't forget the L6. Okay.
Objection!
I am like super dead tired. Oh, look at that. I didn't think the second half of the case, separating this into 2 parts, was going to be wow. Anyway, let's see. Let me go to the art book real quick. Let's check out Trials and Tribulations stuff. I bet this is one demon that we're never gonna forget. The tiger. Poor Terry. Terry, you deserved better. Alright. Do they not have art of... Hang on. Wow. No art of Viola? Oh well, it's okay. Backgrounds. Yeah. Such nice backgrounds. Like in all the games. The doe with the cane sword. Pretty cool, huh? And so cute. So cute. Uh, so I just wanted to point out one more thing before I call it. Seeing Godo here with both Misty and Mia. So it has been kind of unconfirmed, but you could actually put two and two together, and Godo most likely passed. His central nervous system probably finally shut down, and he joined along with his sweetheart, Mia, finally, in the afterlife. Because if you think about it, Godo was already dead, you know? He was already dead, like even before the game started. When we found out what happened to Diego Armando, you know? Like, just seeing this image. Yeah, he most likely passed away. Most likely. Because, yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't come back. Like, if anybody was, like, paying attention, you know? Alright. Man, that gravy looks good. Alright. Well, everybody, I think this is where we part ways now. I am, like, so spent, and I'm late for my dinner again. Hey, Grotto. During the trial, he was standing in one of the ghost stand there spaces. Yeah. Alright. Okay. I just want to look at one last image. Yay. So nice. Oh no, good Jarrett. Oh no. Hey, good Jarrett. Thank you for the raid. Hi. Oh no. Hi. Hey, everybody. Oh man. Y'all kind of caught me at a somewhat of a bad time. I just got done beating case 5. Um Feel free to look through my VOD or check out my YouTube channel. Yeah, hi. Let me give you a shout out, my man. Oh man. Jarrett, you're usually on a little bit like later, I believe. But anywho, hang on. First of all, I'm gonna give you a shout out. Oh, thanks. Somebody already did it for me. That's great, man. Thank you, Rato. Thank you very much. But also, hold on. I gotta look at my chat real quick. Hello, bro. What happened? Hello, Code Jason. Hi. And oh, Grotto. This is the last of the trilogy. However, Grotto, there's more. I have plenty more Ace Attorney lined up. So after Trials and Tribulations comes the fourth game, Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. That is a continuation of the Ace Attorney series. I will be playing it that next month. And then the following, I'll be playing Dual Destinies and then Spirit of Justice. And then I'm going to be playing the Great Ace Attorney games, which I've never played before, by the way. There's 2 of them. And then I'm going to get around to Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. I haven't played the second Miles Edgeworth game. But yeah, that's going to be cool when I get around to them. But thank you all. Let me tell you all who I am a little bit. Um, Hi, I'm God Zero, and I like to play video games. Wow, imagine that. I like to play whatever's on my Steam account. I like to play whatever's considered retro. Yeah, I don't want to bring up the whole what's the cutoff point for retro. Um, and whatever's on my Nintendo Switch. I have a Switch One. Yeah, and um, whatchamacallit, this has been my 563rd game beaten on stream. Yes, I have kept a personal list of how many games I have beaten on stream. And it's been fun. It's really been fun. Let me see. Let me see, bro. What happened? Code Jason. Who else? Who else? Yeah, I did 10 hours. Yeah, I didn't expect to go 10 hours, considering I split this in two. Let me see who else is there. Hello there, the real Nilbog 420. Do not worry. I see you all, and I'm going to acknowledge each and every single one of you. Yes, thank you, good Jarrett. I do appreciate it. Oh, Jackbox kept crashing. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. The Mega Man X of Phoenix Wright. Yeah. It's funny you mentioned that, Grotto, because in Apollo Justice, I believe the composer. One moment, I'm gonna look it up real quick. I actually have the composer's name on by standby. Toshihiko Horiyama. He made they made a lot of music for various I know they worked on Mega Man X and like the music I'm talking about. And I think X4. Apollo Justice. If there's one thing I love about that game, it's like, man, the soundtrack is great. But yeah, somewhere down next month, I will be doing Apollo Justice. I gotta see how my days are gonna look for next month because I'm gonna be, of course, I'm gonna be doing some other things, like aside from like Mega Man. I'm gonna do some Mega Man stuff, yeah. March of Mega Man. Um, and then I'm gonna try out Scott Pilgrim EX next month. That's gonna be awesome. I'm looking forward to that. I still have to try out the demo. But I'm going to tell you all what I'm going to be up to tomorrow. Let's see. Apollo Justice, he gets a gun arm after defeating 9 robot lawyers, which is weird. All right. So, once again, good Jarrett, I thank you all for bringing your community here. But you know what? I'm going to go and find ourselves a raid target right now. I'll bring one raid over to another. Um, I was actually going to go out to somebody that I haven't gone on out to. Like, I haven't touched bases with them because I don't really, stream for this long period of time. So, hang on. First, I'm going to make sure if they are. Let me see. One moment. I'm going to look at my following list. Don't go away, everybody. And I'm going to let you all know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow as well. Before I, call it. There they are. Perfect. Okay, everybody. I'm going to go on out to somebody that I don't really get to, raid, if at all. It'll be my first time raiding them. We're going to go on out to that gamer chick. That's right. That gamer chick. Let's see. That gamer chick. Oh, wow. She's currently playing what looks like, I see it, Donkey Kong Country 3 on the SNES. Not bad of a choice. Now, I know a lot of people, and by some people, more like, like fans of a series. Now, Donkey Kong Country, honestly, it's a fine game. It may not be a lot of people's favorite game, like of the trilogy. Most people will say either, oh, my favorite's either Donkey Kong Country, the first one, or Donkey Kong Country 2. But part 3 is okay. I mean, Kitty Kong aside, I mean, you still play with Dixie Kong. I mean, she's cool. She's got the ponytail whirl and everything. But it's an all right game. Like it's not like, oh my god, it's a bad, terrible game. It plays fine. It's just you know, it's an all right game. But yeah. So anyway, all right, everybody. I'm gonna go and get my raid ready for that gamer chick, and I'm gonna let you all know what I'm gonna be playing tomorrow. I usually stream during the afternoon, and I usually end my stream around either 4, 5, or 6 p.m. I don't really play long games like this that much, but yeah, I'm gonna let you all know what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow, everybody. Oh, do not worry, you will be sent. Um, you'll be sent somewhere to a nice place. I know some, well, not personally. Well, I know some personally, but some not personally. I'm just saying, I have a lot of great streamers followed, and I just wish I could go on out to, almost like everybody. Like, I could have gone to Macaw, 45, Chade. I know Zophar's on. Um, Retro Perspective is also on. Icrius. Like, I'm just a little, yeah, I'm so spent tonight. But anywho, I'm gonna let you all know tomorrow what I'm gonna be doing. For any of you, that will catch me in the afternoon. Um, Tomorrow I'm gonna be going live tomorrow around 1:30 ish p.m. I'm going to be revisiting Double Dragon Gaiden, Rise of the Dragons for a good reason. Yesterday, it got a free update that added 4 brand new characters. They added Bimmy. I'm not joking. They actually added Bimmy Lee. Johnson, Jim Mackey, who's the brother of Machine Gun Willie, and Armored Okada. Oh yeah, and Jackson. He's a level 2 boss from Super Double Dragon 4. He was the boxer dude. So yeah, I'm going to be doing that tomorrow. You played with Bimmy? Well, I'm going to check out all 4 of them tomorrow. I haven't purchased any of them. I want to keep it like a surprise. I actually resisted the temptation only because that I was playing this wonderful game, this wonderful trilogy. All right, everybody. You know what? Hang on. Where's the gallery? I know a good way to go on out. I'm gonna go and choose this music right here. Oh, what's this? Oh, cool. I have access to these tracks. That's from the piano album. And that's from the. Oh, perfect. Okay, everybody. Now, before we rate on out, I have a lot of people to thank today. I always keep track of. I do my best. I do my best to keep track of everybody that shows up at my channel. All right, before I head on out, I'd like to thank the following. I'd like to thank Chuckman, Maverick, Fabio, Astro Dude, Sir Boom, Suki Zero, Alu Moonshadow. Good Jarrett, once again, thank you for the raid. I appreciate the raid. Let me scroll up a little bit. I want to make sure I thank the ones that have chatted. Thank you, bro. What happened? Code Jason. Once again to good Jared. Thank you. Um, the real Nilbog 420. And thanks again, Grotto. And yeah, it's everybody, man. Yeah, I got everybody. And everybody else out here that that was lurking in my channel. Thank you. Ah, there we go. Some smooth jazz. Thank you all for watching. Remember to go in peace and drink yourself a nice cup of coffee or your favorite beverage. And if you're a defense attorney, uh, maybe work along with the prosecution to find the truth. Yes. Yeah. Submit the evidence and all that. Yeah. And get your innocent client a not guilty verdict. Yes. If they are innocent. Hey, everybody. Thanks. I'm gonna go eat my pizza now. Oh, man.